That's right. That's right. Finally. This is the game I was trying to open up with, but uh, my PS1 and my PS1 emulator were crapping out, and I couldn't get it started. So, like I said, I was gonna play Final Fantasy VII, and here you have it. I'm going to play this in mega runs because the game is really long, and I'm not a let's player that's going to be playing it in 20-minute, 30-minute, 40-minute episodes. That's too much, and it'll be too fucking annoying to be downloading from time to time let's plays. So almost every RPG that I'm going to do it in not extreme, but mega runs, either 5 to 7 hours long. I'm going to try to make them 5, so you guys don't get too bored and have to be watching 5-minute runs, or I mean more than 5-hour runs. And yes, this is gonna be an superhero crappy controller run. Now, let me see if I could do it. Yeah. Okay. I was trying to pull a full screen, but for some reason it's not letting me do it. I see the lines in the side. Okay, let me just do it like this. Okay. I wanted to open up my channel with Super Metroid, Final Fantasy VII, and Zelda Ocarina of Time. And, well, it so happens that I opened it with Super Hyper Metroid, and I downloaded it without any commentary and any noise, and that game got more views than the Ninja Gaiden without commentary. But those two were the ones that got the most views so far. Like said, I have a couple Let's Plays, so I'm gonna keep doing this since my first 2 episodes I got at least 5 or more, I'm going to stick with it, and I'm going to be downloading or uploading videos for you to watch. And yes. Mind you, like I said before with the other Let's Plays, this game actually freezes with some codes, and I had to go back and use emulation to be able to play it, and I had to use really old codes for them to work throughout the game. But sometimes you will see me turn them off, or I'll let you guys know when I do turn them off. Spiky. Okay, I called him Spiky. And Barrett, I called him MT after Mike Tyson, because that's who he reminds me of right away when I see him. But they told me they were trying to make him look like Mr. T. But both of them are badasses, so I went with MT. I wanted to put Tyson, but I put MT to abbreviate his name. And this game is so beautiful. It has the grabber, and I know it sounds weird how I'm saying it, but the reason I'm calling it the grabber is because this game grabs you and pulls you in to the game. You're forgetting that you're playing it the whole time. You feel like you're inside the world. You're next to every character. You get along with all the characters. Spoiler alert, but I'm going to bring out Yuffie. Now, Yuffie is one of the characters you get later on in the game, and she makes me laugh a lot because she's a little kid. She's about 17, but the things she does is funny, and you cannot hold it against her when she pulls the jack move on you. And when you go into Watu and you help her because she steals your stuff and you go right after her, you don't feel bad and you don't hold it against her. But she has that sarcasm and that funny vibe that a lot of characters wish they had. Now Yuffie, you have to look around in the forest area in order to fight her. And after you fight her, you do a couple steps. And if you screw up in one step, she runs away. If you do it correctly, she joins the group. But like I said before, as soon as you hit her hometown, she splits with all your stuff, with your material. Or it's not material. It's I can't believe I called it material, because my niece used to call it material. It's Mitra or Murtra. She steals everything, and you go back in, like I said before, and you save her, and you save one of the girls that's a Turk, and you save them from the creepy old guy in Sector 7. You'll see who I'm talking about. I'm not going to say his name, but when he starts coming into the story, I'll let you guys know. And like I said before, this game has the grabber. It pulls you in, and it's not just the characters, the scenery, the story, but the music. It's the first game that had the best soundtrack. After this, you start hearing great soundtracks all over. Now, yes, this and Zelda Ocarina of Time, I think they came out in around the same time, because I think the thing was that Final Fantasy VII was supposed to come out for the Nintendo 64, but something actually happened there that it had to do with the way you save the game, and how you were going to spend money on the memory card. So Square Enix completely went with Sony, and they brought it out for the Sony PlayStation and for the PC. The PC version is a little bit more graphical, but I love playing both of them. It has the same fighting system. It has everything the same. It's just that the graphics are a little bit better in PC. Now, like I said before, this and Zelda Ocarina of Time were made in the same time, but they were released and I think it was like 6 to 4 months apart. This came out in 97, and Zelda Ocarina of Time came out in 98. Now, both of them are considered the best games of all time, and I consider them the best games of all time, where it hits is that, like me, I consider Zelda the best game. Then Final Fantasy's number 2. There's other people, and I'm saying other people because it's some of my friends love this and consider this the best game of all time. Then they say Zelda's number 2. And a lot of the girl gamers that I grew up with, those girls, for some reason, I don't know why, they can't explain why. They just tell me that Majora's Mask is their favorite game of all time. And I didn't really get it, because that game doesn't feel like a game. It feels like an expansion pack for Zelda Ocarina of Time. So a lot of females or a lot of girls that are gamers, and they have their channels that I know who they are, and they've told me that Majora's Mask is their favorite game, and they consider it the best of all time. And then I asked them, okay, if that's the first, what's the second? And they freeze, and they say I have really fun memories of Donkey Kong Country. And then they said I also have a fun I had a fun time playing Final Fantasy VII in Ocarina of Time. So they can't pick number 2, like I said before, because they love Donkey Kong Country. I love Donkey Kong Country too, but I don't consider it to be the top in the top 10. It is a great game. It's a very good game. It's top 25. But they can't pick between Donkey Kong Country, Final Fantasy VII, and Zelda Ocarina of Time. But the majority of the people that are gamers that I grew up with, that every time we see each other, we go straight talk about video games, and their wives or their sisters or mothers are around, and they say, "You're still playing one of them Nintendos," and I start laughing, because that's what a lot of people used to say. They would call the video games them Nintendos, because the majority of the people owned the Nintendo game systems, and the people that owned Sega around, at least around where I lived, the town and the towns around the cities, the ones that had Sega were a little bit more wealthy than the people that own Nintendo. But Nintendo had the best games. When you went into the video game store, or when you would go to your local rent store, you would see at least 50 Nintendo games, and it was funny because they would have regular Sega, and they had the NES games together, but there was always like 50 to 60 NES games and like 20 or 15 Sega games. And when the when the Super NES came out, all the rent stores, they had two big shelves of Super Nintendos or Super Nintendo games, and they had like one small area for the Sega Genesis. And the thing was that where I lived, all the local rent stores would let you rent out the Sega. They would bring you out the Sega or the Super NES, but you would have to leave a deposit just in case the system broke. And they would have it in a little case. And before my family bought the Super Nintendo, we would go out and rent it, and every time we unzipped that case, it felt like we had an arcade in our home, and we could connect it to any TV. And like I was saying before, Nintendo had the majority of the rentables, and as soon as the PlayStation came out, PlayStation was the one that was rivaling the Super Nintendo still, because we still had the Super Nintendo sections, and they went from 50 to 80 to almost 100 video games, and PlayStation was the only system in my area that competed with the Super Nintendo, because they had Tekken, they had Mortal Kombat, they had Banjo and Kazooie. Twisted Metal was a big hit in my area. So was Bloody Roar, Toshinden Battle Arena, the RPGs, Xenogears. This one was never there. And there was always the lady, and the lady that owned one of the rent stores, and the owner of another, and the son that ran the store for his father and the other side of town. They all had lists of who was next to rent Final Fantasy VII. That's how popular and important this game was. And they wouldn't let anybody double rented until the list was completely gone through. And the lady the lady would make me laugh because she said she must have bought that game at least 10 times from 97 to 2003 because it was really popular and people would play it so much it would scratch easily. So that's some memories I have of the rent stores with the PlayStation, with the Super Nintendo, Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII was a hard game to get the first 3 years of its release, and whoever coughed up the money to buy it, they were paying between 55 to 70 bucks just to own the copy. And that was when the video stores were selling it. Like if you went to Kmart, to Walmart, to Target, those games were at 30 bucks, $29.99, $19.99, but they would sell out quickly. As soon as they got the shipment in, the people were already at the store fighting to get this. And most of the rent stores and managers of the big stores would only get 4 or 5 copies every other week. They wouldn't do it weekly like now and these days. So it would take at least 15 days to try again. And then once you didn't get it, 15 more days. And then 15 more days. That's how popular this game actually was around my area. And the thing that made me crack up the most, that this game was really good, I didn't buy it till afterwards, till like 2000, 2001. But what made me crack up the most was this game was considered to be a nerd game. Only really smart people would play it, because nobody back in those days understood the fighting system. They didn't understand RPGs. And when you would sit there and teach them how, I knew about RPGs, I just didn't like them, period. And I didn't like them because of all the extra stuff you had to do, how you had to take turns hitting, and I just didn't like it. Okay, I renamed Tifa Melinda. Anyways, back to the conversation. I knew how to play RPGs, and it would take me probably a week to teach everybody how. And when I taught them, most of the people I taught are big Final Fantasy fans. The whole reason they asked me to teach them how to play him was so they could play Final Fantasy games. And my two best friends, I didn't teach them, Kenny and Joe. I didn't teach them how to play RPGs. They were already into them, and they had a thing. I don't know if it was a thing, or I don't know how to explain it, but they loved Final Fantasy VI for the Super NES, and I guess it's Final Fantasy 3 in Japan. You know, the one with Terra and Moogle. Yeah, that one. They loved that one. And I didn't teach them because they learned how to play it because Joe, my friend Joe, had a good friend that owned it. But as soon as he passed it, he kept letting Joe borrow it. So Joe and Kenny would go back and forth and borrowing it and sitting down and playing through the whole thing. And I remember there was one summer that Kenny and Joe wouldn't come out, and the problem there was that Kenny was he was a really good friend to a lot of us, and either we would go to his house or he would come to ours, and we would be going everywhere. That summer he didn't come out, and he would only come out to go to Joe's house, or from Joe's house back to his house. And they played that game a lot. A lot. It was like they referred it like a really good book. And the funny thing was, Joe and Kenny didn't really read. Yeah, they would read like the kid books, like Goosebumps and comic books, but they wouldn't read the very good books like Lord of the Rings, the spy novels. They wouldn't read those. They wouldn't read the Stephen King horror books. And that's what they compared it to. They said it's like a really good read that you pick the book up and you don't want to put it down. I didn't get it at that time, and I didn't get it until I played The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and this game. I must have played Ocarina of Time a lot, like a lot. I played I probably played that game like 3 times a year, from the year it came out all the way until I bought this game. And then when I bought this game, I disappeared like Kenny and Joe. Everybody got. I was a daily customer at Game Crazy, GameStop, and they didn't see me for a week. For a week. For a week. Oh, I wish it was just a week. They didn't see me for 3 months. I bought it in June. They didn't see me till the beginning of September. The beginning of September. So it was the beginning of June of 2000, and nobody saw me until the beginning week of September. And when they saw me, they were all worried. They're all going, "We thought you got in a car crash, an accident. We thought you were in the hospital under critical condition, because you never miss more than 2 days a week coming here." And I told my friend that was the manager of the store, I told him, "Well, you're the one that got me to buy Final Fantasy VII." He's all going, "You were playing Final Fantasy VII the whole time?" And I said, "Yeah, I put 70 hours in the first game through, and the second one, I took at least 30 hours off my first time, and then the third time I went from 30 something hours to 20 something, and then I was able to get my time, the last playthrough that I did, and that was because everything was fresh in my mind. It took me a little bit under 20. It was 1950 something, and luckily he he got me into the Final Fantasies. So what happened there was that as soon as I finished Final Fantasy VII, I went back and we had that conversation that they didn't see me a lot. Then I'm all going, "Do you have another really good game like Final Fantasy VII you recommend, man?" And I had what game was it? I had Panzer Dragoon Ultra in my hand, and he looks at me and he laughs and he says, "No, not Panzer Dragoon Ultra, Legend of the Dragoon." I had it in my hand, and he's all going, "Better than the one that you have in your hand?" I'm all going, "Yeah." And he's all going, You're going to want to take both of them." And I'm all going, "Okay, so the one I have in my hand is really good?" He's all going, "Yeah, it's really good." And And then he tells me, well, guess what? They just released what was it? Final Fantasy VIII? Yeah, they released Final Fantasy VIII the year I played Final Fantasy VII, and I had Dragon the Croon, Old Legend of the Dragoon, in my hand. So he gives me the copy of Final Fantasy VII, and I leave with both of them. I spend I think it was 120, cause the version of of uh, of Dragoon was the Japanese copy that came out before the release over here in the Americas, and so he gives me both. He sells me both. I spend like 120, and I started playing both of them, and then I decided to put Legend of Dragoon to the side and concentrated on 8. And I played 8. I loved it. It's one of my favorite Final Fantasies. And then I went all out with Legend of the Dragoon. And the funny thing was that as soon as I finished Dragoon, I got into Jet Force Gemini, and I bought that game, and I was playing it. I must have played it for like a year or two, because I remember after that I had the Zelda, I had this game, I had Final Fantasy VIII. I had the remake. I had the not the remake. It was the release of Final Fantasy 1 and 2. Was it either that, or it was the release of Final Fantasy 6? No, it was the Final Fantasy 6 one. And I bought that, and that's the reason I didn't like 6, because I played it in the PlayStation version. And my friend Kenny and Joe had it for the NES. So I had a lot of video games, and I didn't buy a single video game for probably 2 years. Cause I remember I started buying video games again when the PS2, the GameCube came out. Cause PlayStation 1 was still releasing video games. And I remember that's when I filled my library with a couple more RPGs. I got Xenogears or Xenosaga. I don't remember. I got Valkyrie Profile. And that's when I bought Vampire Hunter D, and I was really excited because I spent a lot of time with that game, and it was when I would go over to my good friend Jake's house, and I got Inuyasha. And I bought both the Dragon Ball Z games, Ultimate Battle 22 and Dragon Ball GT Final Bout. Now the GT Final Bout, it was like a special release because the original was Final Fantasy. It was Dragon Ball Z Final Bout. And in GT and Dragon Ball GT Final Bout, I think the big difference was Goku and Baby. That you were able to fight Baby, and you were able to be Goku level 4, and I think you were also able to become Baby, and I got all those games, and I filled up my library, and the funny thing was that the GameCube came out, the Xbox came out, and the PS2 came out. And again, we went with the GameCube, with the Nintendo GameCube. And we played the heck out of Metroid Prime, and we went with the GameCube and we got Metroid Prime. We got Super Smash Brothers Melee when it came out. And I remember the reason I had a PS2 was because I sold, I think it was my bike. I sold my bike, and I sold all my baseball cards, and I had enough money to buy used, so I paid $150 because it was $250 when it came out. So I sold all that stuff and I got the PS2. And that's when I remember. That's when I froze at the game store, cause I didn't know what to buy. If I should get Resident Evil for the GameCube or for the PS2. So I was fighting with myself for like a week, and I'm glad I did the decision that I did. I got it for the GameCube. The reason I'm happy with that decision was because I still have that copy. So I have a copy, an original copy with the booklet, with a special edition guide of Resident Evil 4. And I still have it in a box somewhere in my room. And it doesn't have any scratches because I took good care of it. And I played it a lot, and it doesn't have any major scratches. It has one little one, but you have to move the little disc and make the light hit it to be able to see the scratch. So I put it away and I bought another copy. And after that, that's when I got into more RPGs than I did with the PS1. I was playing the Final Fantasy VII 10, Final Fantasy X 2. I was playing Kingdom of Hearts 2, the Dot Hack games. I must have played every single one, and the reason I played through all of them were because I would only play them when I was bored, so that's how I was able to play through them. Then they released Castlevania, and they released Castlevania Lament of Innocence, and I went to my friend that got me into Final Fantasy VII, and I asked him, is the new Castlevania game good? And he's all going, oh man, dude, you're gonna love it. It's I consider it better than Symphony of the Night, and I'm still playing it, and that's because I don't have that much time. But I've been playing it an hour, 2 hours tops every third day, and he was still not done with it, but he told me it was really good. And I'm going, okay, give me a copy, a brand new copy, and give me a used copy if you have it. And then I told him, and the guide. So he gives me the guide. He gives me both copies, the used and the new one. And I got the used copy for free because he had a promo. Buy the game new and buy the special guide and receive any used game for free. So I got the used copy for free, and I put the brand new copy away, and I used the used copy and I played through it. And to this day, it's one of my favorite games, and I consider it to be the best of the Castlevanias. The very best. I mean, it's chapter 1 of the story. It's the story of the first Belmont that goes after the vampires. So you're not going after Dracula, because it's the 11th. It's the 1100s. It's not 1452, I think, or 1454. The year Dracula was alive. Anyways, because Vlad Draco was an actual character. He was an actual person. He was a king in Romania, and back then they didn't call it Romania. It was they called it Romania. But they stopped calling it Romania because the locals were calling it Wallachia. So he was actually the king of Wallachia. The reason they called it Romania was because the Romans took over the province. It used to be Dacia. And the Romans went in their time and they completely annihilated the whole entire country. And they switched the name because after the Romans annihilated the whole country, they renamed it Romania because they said that it felt like a second Rome. It felt like they were back home, so they called it Romania. But the locals in the 1400s would call it Wallachia. Anyways, he was the king of Wallachia, and he was fighting the Ottoman Turks. And he was giving them hell. And the reason they started calling him Vlad Tepes was because they killed his father and stuck him inside prison. And his brother was sent off with the Turkish Sultan. And Vlad, that's who Dracula is. Vlad was inside jail, and he had a thing with impaling mice, sticking uh, sticks in their body and stuff. So they called him Vlad Tepes. So when he got released and he took over Wallachia, he did the same thing that he was doing in jail, but he did it to his enemies and to the Turks. He would fill up fields and fields, battlefields, full of people that got impaled. And the Turkish Sultan got the fear sewed into him. So the whole he's the reason a lot of people are going to not agree with it, but Vlad Draco was the reason, in my belief, that Christianity was able to start in Europe. Because if it wasn't for Vlad Tepes, the Turkish Sultan would have taken over Europe. They wouldn't have been Christians. They wouldn't have been Roman Catholics. They would have been Ottomans. They would have been Muslims. And he stopped the advancement of the Ottoman Empire a couple times until he was betrayed and they were able to kill him. Now the legend of Dracula, the legend of Vlad becoming the undead was because the thing is that they killed him, and I guess they cut off his head to prove to the Sultan that the hated impaler was dead. Now, when where they buried his body was at a church, right in the step of church. So what happened there was that after his death, there were sightings of Vlad walking around the church, and what happened was the head priest that betrayed Vlad mysteriously passed away. They found him dead with his eyes opened and everything, but with no puncture or no signs of violence. They just found him dead. So that's what gave birth to the legend of Dracula, saying that he came back from the dead and he was undead. So that's when it gave legend to Dracula coming back from the dead. But the one that furthered the myth, the legend, it wasn't anybody from Romania. It was Bram Stoker, because he had a character. He was going to write a book about a famous count. So what he did, he couldn't find how to start the book, right? He did his research and he hits the story of La Tepech. So he started calling him Count Dracula. He was going to call him Count Vampire. And with the history and the research he did, he called him Count Dracula. And the rest is all to history. Bram Stoker never made a dime off Dracula. The money was made after he passed away, because he even made a play, and the play opened and closed the same day. And yes, I'm a big history nut. You're hearing me talk about history. You're hearing me talk about the video games and this game. I hope you're enjoying this game so far, because I'm having a blast playing it. I'm having a blast talking about the conversations that I'm talking about. Okay, let's get back to the game. Let's talk about the game, because I guarantee you that I'm going to probably end up somehow talking about history again. So let's talk about the game right here, or this is like the end of the begin. This is probably, to me, this was the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 starts right now, and that's because you saw what happened. They went into the reactor to blow it up, right? And they end up getting not double crossed, but they end up getting blamed for the attack. They get set up, and for some reason Cloud falls into the church, and you saw how high he was up there, and he falls and he lands and here in the church where he meets Aerith, one of my favorite characters of the whole entire game. Now, yeah, I've been talking about a lot of things, and I forgot to let you guys know that I'm not going to be reading the dialogue. If I'm skipping it, feel free to pause and read the story, because right now the truth is, I've read it. I played this game so much, so I already know the story, and it would be kind of not bothersome, but it would feel like backtracking for me, and I don't like backtracking, so if you're new to this game, because I know the new gamers haven't played this game. They probably played the remake. And God, I hate how they did the remake. I can't believe it. They took out the fight system. Not only did they take out the fight system, they spreading the whole entire game and with years and years of wait for the next installment. Okay, I also changed Aerith's name to Helena. Because if you look at her, she looks like a Helena. And Tifa looks like a Melinda. And Cloud, I just called him Spiky. I didn't know what to call him. I was going to call him Goku, but no. And then I was about to call him Trunks, but Trunks doesn't have blonde hair until he becomes a Super Saiyan. So I decided on Spiky for Cloud. And Melinda is Tifa. Helena is Aerith. And Barrett is MT for Mike Tyson. I forgot what I called Yuffie. Or if I let... Oh no, I haven't even gotten to Yuffie yet. Never mind. That's because I've played this game so many times, and I remember the first time I switched Yuffie's name was probably like the fourth time I played through the game, and I called her Emmy after Cellular Mercury. And then I've also called her what's a girl's name in K-On? The drum girl. Yui calls her Richon, but her name is what's her name? Mio's the one with the black hair. Ui is Yui's sister. Mugi is a rich blonde one. Azunha is a girl with the blue or black hair. The junior, the little, they're all her upperclassmates. Richon. What was Richon's freaking name? I forgot Richon's name, but I've also given Yuffie Richon's name. And then I also call her Kunin because of the girl that likes to sleep and loves Shinobio and other delusions. But I've changed their names throughout the times I played. I only kept their original names when the first three times I played, 3-4 times. Uh, Later on, I just kept on changing their names. Uh, oh, I've also called her Sango, Yuffie, and that was when I got into Inuyasha, cause Sango was a ninja, and Yuffie is considered to be a ninja too. Even the softest tunes of this game makes you want to stop and just listen to the music. And the music, it's a great, beautiful game, but the music just made it better than it is, or not better than that it is. It just made it that much better. It went from being a 10 out of 10 to being like from 1 to 10 a 15. And I got more attached to the characters in this version and the PC version than I got attached to them in the remake. Because right now it's 2026, and last year they brought out the second installment, but it took them 6 years, because in 2019 they brought out the remake, and now they brought out the rebirth, and now they're going to make the ending of it. But I got mad. I'm all going, fuck, it's 2025. They just released the second installment. What? We're going to get the third one in 2030? I really don't like how they did it. They should have just went all out and brown out the entire game, and for the new system, remake and connect Crisis Core Chapter 1 and Final Fantasy 7. Put them together. Make the game super. But no, they decide to wait 6 years to bring out the second installment. So I don't have high hopes that the third installment will be coming out soon. Cause well, I don't have. The thing is that I've been playing my Switch and my Switch 2 a lot, so I've been playing a Link's Awakening like crazy, Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. I already played 3 times Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, and in between of that, I've been doing uh, Valkyrie Profile 2, and I went back and I played Dragon Crown, but like I said in another Let's Play, I'm trying to find the original copy of Odin Sphere, the one that came out for the PS2. I don't want to do the gameplay of the new one. I want to stick to the original. And as soon as I get that, I'm going to have a blast, because well, what I want to do is play Dragon Crown, followed by Odin Sphere, followed by Valkyrie Profile 2. And when I get to do that, you're going to see why. I don't want to really go into specifics and try explaining it out, but I guarantee as soon as I do those games, you're going to want to play them, because they're that good. And if those games are the ones that feel like a fantasy, it feels like you're in Lord of the Rings, and you're just in another part of Middle Earth. That's how good they are. It feels like you're in another section of Middle Earth, and you'll see how it feels when you see me play them. They're really beautiful games. I mean, I know I'm going to catch a lot of not hate, but a lot of crap when people see this walkthrough. Because to me, those games are better than how can I say? This is gonna make you guys mad. For me, those games are better than Skyrim, better than Halo, better than Dante's Inferno, better than Assassin's Creed. They're complete fantasy games. Complete fantasy games. Those games are like you're actually inside a fantasy world, like Lord of Rings. And once I play them, you're gonna like them. I know you will. It's just that Odin's Sphere is really hard to get, and when you find it, it's in easily in between $200 and $300. Yeah, it's easily between $200 and $300. The new one, or not a new one, but a copy of it. That's how rare it is. And like Dragon Crown, I have 3 copies of it. I bought one in California. I sent for another one, and it came from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I got one when I was in a store in Morelia, Michoacan. So I've gotten them, and they're like, it's the same distance from Sacramento to Morelia that it is Sacramento to Pennsylvania to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So I went literally thousands of miles away just to get 2 of them. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but the codes are making the game glitch out. So you were hearing the music act all weird, but it stopped. And this whole section, I believe it's funny as hell. Because you're fighting bad guys. You get blown off the roof, or you fall. You fall off the roof. You land hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet from up high, and a roof of the roof and a flower in a flower garden break your fall, and nothing happens to you. Now, I consider this the funniest part of Final Fantasy, and it's enjoyable. But the reason I don't get weirded out by the situation is because it's funny. It's he has to dress up as a girl in order to go save Tifa. And he has to go around the city and find a wig, find the designer, And while you're finding the designer and you're finding the wig, it's just the way you react with everybody, and the people that give you the stuff, you don't picture them giving you the stuff. It's like a comedy. It's like watching Seinfeld or Everybody Loves Raymond or the crazy funny shit from that 70s show. Because you get the wig. Spoiler alert if you haven't played this game. But I know a lot of the people have. The way you get the wig, you don't picture that person having it. You have to go to a gym and do squats and beat the gym owner or the gym master to get the wig, because he's like that. He's weird. He likes to dress up as women. And the person that makes you the dress is an old man at a bar. You have to go to the bar and talk to the guy. You have to go to the store. Then they tell you where the old man is. And you have to go to the bar and talk to the old man in order to get the dress. And then you find and talk to Tifa's good friend Johnny. And then the thing is Johnny didn't get a big part until the remake. But Johnny is a funny, not playable character, an NPC. You can't play as him, but you react with him because he's part of the story with Tifa. I call her Tifa. A lot of people call her Tifa, but I usually call her Tifa. Anyways, Johnny, he's not just in this part of the game. You go to Costa del Sol, Coast of the Sun in English. You go to Costa del Sol and you see him there too. I don't remember him being in another part of the game, because after I lose track of him after Costa del Sol. But you see him in Costa del Sol later on through the game, and that's when you cross the ocean in the boat. So there's Johnny for a while, and the thing Johnny is, he's you know who he reminds me of? The way he acts and his carefree attitude. He reminds me of Zell from Final Fantasy VIII. So I don't know if Johnny had a part in the creation of Zell, but those two characters remind me of each other. Because they're both really carefree. They don't... bad things happen and they don't take it hard. They're really cheerful. But like I said, Johnny and Tifa are really good friends. But this section, this is like a calming section before a perfect calming section before the story advances. It's like a refresher, and then you go into you go, you go back into the story. That's what made this game great, because it had a pause, a little bit of comedy, a little bit of everything, and then you go back into the rest of the story, and you have to advance through for the discs and stuff like that. But there's little parts of this game that just calm you down, and you forget that you're going to the temple of the ancients. You forget you're doing this, you're doing that, and you end up meeting Yuffie, you end up meeting Sid, you end up meeting Vincent, Cat Sith. Cat Sith's part of the story. So so is Sid. But you could play this game and not get Yuffie, and you don't have to get Vincent. You could play the whole game without getting them and pass the game, but it's a really big mistake if you do, because you lose so much of the feel of the story if you skip Yuffie. And then if you skip Vincent, because Vincent's a complete fucking badass. He's a shape changer, but he's a experiment of Hojo, I think. You'll see what I'm talking about. I'm not going to go into detail with Vincent. I'll let you see what I'm talking about when it happens. But you could play the game through without getting Yuffie and Vincent, but that's a big mistake, because you only would have Sid, Red 13, Barrett, and Tifa after a point of the game. You'll see what I'm getting at when that part comes to. See right there, they're finding out that Tifa is actually got picked up by Don Carnello, because Don Carnello is a perv and he likes women and he's trying to get married. But I think what he does is he gets married and does what he wants and then divorces him and then looks for another. But he's a fat old dude, a fat old perverted dude. cherry Dr. Pepper. Way better than Monster Energy drink. Like I said before, I'm doing the dialogue really quickly. Feel free to pause the gameplay when after the premiere of the first Mega Run, because I'm going to put it as a premiere. And yeah, I would say like a day after. So I would say like around late Tuesday, or early Wednesday. Cause right now it's Monday. It's Monday morning. And like I said before, I'm going to do 5-hour mega runs. Because it's an RPG and it takes really long. And there's no way in hell I'm going to be doing 30-minute to 20-minute Let's Plays on a game that's 20 to 30 hours. Because I haven't played this game in probably 7 months. It's not a long wait since the last time I played it, but it's not too recent. So playing it in superhero mode isn't gonna affect my gameplay, because I already know how to do everything. It's a video game you don't forget easily. So I never had a really hard time. Yeah, I forget a couple things from here and there, but I don't forget the major stuff. Okay. I'm enjoying this right now. So that's why you hear me kind of mumbling the song. Or not mumbling, but making noises like the song. Whoa. It hasn't felt like that long. Shit. It's only been an hour and 46 minutes since I started. And it hasn't felt that long. It's felt like 20 minutes. So, let's keep on it. We're doing good time here. Good time. Whoa, I lost and I got the wig? I thought you were supposed to win. Didn't I lose? Oh, that was so freaking weird. I didn't pay attention. I think I lost. And I still got the wig. He's not supposed to hand the wig over unless you win. I think it's the codes that are screwing with the game. It had a sequence break right there, cause I looked at it like I lost. And he's not supposed to hand it over unless you win. Oh well. Good things come in mysterious ways. heck? Dude, this microphone's doing its job today. I could hear when I'm stomping the ground. And I have it at the same volume I had it yesterday when I did the Ninja Gaiden 2 Let's Play again. Because the first one was my second game. Or, yeah, my second Let's Play. And then yesterday I decided to do part 2. My favorite NES out of the Ninja Gaidens. And I did Ninja Gaiden 2 again. With almost the whole game with the twin katanas. If I would if I wouldn't have switched to the scythe in the end, I would have had a achievement unlocked for playing the whole game with the twin katanas. And then right after that, I got into the chapter plays of Ninja Gaiden Razor's Edge, and I was playing as Kazumi. That's why I like Razor's Edge a lot. I like it more than the freaking Sigmas, cause you get to play as the 3 ninja girls and the Ryo Hayabusa, and you could even, I think, create your own ninja and go through a system of trials. But you get to play the 3 ninja girls, and you get to play them through every chapter. And in Sigma 2, you don't. You only play certain chapters. In Sigma, you'll only play 2 chapters, I think, with Rachel, and 2 with Momiji, and I think 1 or 2 with Ayane. I could be mistaken, but I think it's 1 or 2 with Ayane also. And then in part 2, you have in Sigma 2, you get to play as Ayane, Airhead. I always call her Airhead. Freaking Sonya. The one I was making fun of in Ninja Gaiden 2. The CIA operative. And I think you also get to play with Ayane. I'm not sure though. But in Ninja Gaiden Razor's Edge, I love it because like I told you before, you could go back after you beat the game. You get to go back and you get to run each chapter of the story with one of the 3 ninja girls. And in the regular storyline, you get to play as Ayane in 2 chapters. Yeah, in 2 chapters. But she's a complete badass. It's she's like, if it was Batman and Robin, Robin would wish he could fight like Ione. I think Batman should have never gotten a sidekick. And but Ione doesn't feel like a psychic because she's a messenger, right? She's a helper of Ryu. Because when Ryu Hayabusa loses the dragon sword, Ione shows up at the desert in Arabia and tells her, here, Hayate is lending you the sword. Take good care of it because it's a loner. But he still ends up breaking it. But the game's good. If it's the regular Ninja Gaiden, it sucks. It was really limited. There was barriers, and then when Ninja Gaiden Razor's Edge came out, those barriers just left. And it made it enjoyable to play 3. I mean, the weapon system, how you could get them, and then Game Save Plus, then you open up chapter mode, you open up quest mode, and you could go through the whole game over and over and over again. And though some of the chapters suck, other chapters are just awesome. Because they remade it, and the way they remade it was adding the weaponry and the chapters and stuff like that, but it made the game way better. And I saw the gameplay of Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, and it didn't really do it for me. It was like Ninja Gaiden Black, the original. Okay, I kind of skipped and I didn't let you know what was going on. It's this is when sorry for the yawn. Don Cornello is picks Tifa and gives Aerith and Cloud over to his henchmen, which they don't know Cloud is a guy. Anyways, what I was talking about Ninja Gaiden Black, it really did do it for me. It was like it was better than Sigma and Sigma 2, but again, it didn't do it for me. It felt a little bit low, and just like Ninja Gaiden Black, it got a really big hype, and a lot of people liked it more than the original. But the original for me was still better than Ninja Gaiden Black, and Ninja Gaiden Black was just regular Ninja Gaiden, but with the Hurricane Pack already installed, and with Ninja Dog, very easy mode. But you have to die 3 times in a row in order to unlock Ninja Dog. But Ninja Dog, after you unlock it, it screws you over from getting Master Ninja. Because Ninja Gaiden Black, it was more, you get more out of it when it was online, and you unlock certain things, I think, when you're online. And I think one of the things was you have to get Master Ninja in every chapter in order to open up a special Easter egg on it. But if you unlock Ninja Dog, you do not get Master Ninja. It's impossible. Because if you get Master Ninja, you have to, you can't die, and you have to kill certain amount of characters in a certain amount of time. Or you have to kill every enemy at a certain amount of time to get Master Ninja. There you go. Oh, sorry for the young, but there you go. Going from the main story to corruption, to men with power that are corrupt as fuck. Basically the tale of almost every government. See, right there, they fall into the sewer. But Cornelio, I'm not sure if it's Cornelio or Cornello. He has a beast in the sewers, and that's why he threw him down there, so the beast takes care of him. But when you have Lucky 7, she gets done with in one hit. Even if you don't have the codes. That's the special thing about Final Fantasy VII. You have to do something in order to get lucky 7, and it's you can't die. You can't die, and you don't lose power, or you don't lose life, MP, while you have lucky 7. Here we go. We're in the train graveyard where all trains go to die, but it's a junkyard just for big vehicles. That's what trains are. Yeah. I had to take off my headset because my ears are getting really sweaty. So right now I have my microphones pointing at my mouth, and for some reason my microphone is acting super today, and it's picking up everything, and I have it at the same volume as yesterday and the day before, the 2 days before. But it's acting super, and it's picking up every little noise that's happening. So that's why I decided to take my headset off and point the microphones, because my headset has 2 microphones, and both microphones work as one, or they try working as one. Once one records left and the other records right, so together they make up for the sound, and you hear the sound coming out of the left and the right speaker of the TV. Because I have my computer hooked up to my big screen TV. So I'm playing this game through my computer that's recording it through emulation. And yeah, this isn't the normal recorder, and it's not OBS. It's the emulator recording the game, and all I did was change from the PC microphone to my headset microphone. So you guys are hearing me speak, and you're hearing the music. Since I have my headset off, I can't hear the music, what's going on. But like I said, my ears are really sweaty and really hot. So I'm gonna take a break from having my headset on, and like I said, I'm pointing the two microphones at my mouth. But today they're super microphones because they're picking up every little sound, and I'm glad it's happening for this game. Could you imagine if I'm doing a let's play of a horrible game like Quest 64 and it's picking up everything for that game and not for the other games? That would be a real bothersome. I would be annoyed as hell too, because Quest 64 really fucking sucks. It sucks like Superman for the 64, Mega Man 64. And yes, it sucks like Swift's music. You know who I'm talking about. I'm not gonna say her full name, but I really don't like her music. It's like listening to Nicki Minaj and Lil Kim. Trust me, they're not good singers. I don't like them. It's not like you're listening to 1990s Mariah Carey. It's not like you're listening to Celine Dion, Whitney Houston, Toni Braxton. It's not like you're listening to Mia X. She was a good rapper. And yes, the Swift is over. Rated. They make her sound like she's way too good, and she's not. The truth is, she's the LeBron of music. Nowhere near MJ. Since we're playing Final Fantasy and it's really long, it's a good RPG, let's get into a little conversation about Mr. James. He isn't the GOAT. I don't know why that phrase started becoming that phrase. He's not the best of all time. There's no way. He's just somebody that played the sport so long that he got the trophies, he got the records. He did. If he was really great, if he was the best in the world in basketball, he would have the championships that Michael did at the same time Michael did. Meaning at the same time in his career, he would have the stuff that Shaq O'Neal does. They had to change the rules because of Shaq. You never hear that they changed the rules for James. No. And if truth to be told, if you grab a time machine when they create it, if it ever happens, trust me, you take James back in time, you take him back in time to play in Michael Jordan's era, and he would be just another player trying to make it. Because if you pay attention to history, to basketball history, a lot of the greats did not get trophies because of Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Tony Kukoc, Steve Kerr, and Dennis Rodman. They stopped all the greats from getting championships. Reggie Miller didn't get a championship. Patrick Ewing didn't get a championship. Jason Kidd didn't get a championship. Shaq didn't get a championship. Karl Malone, John Hornacek, John Stockton, Robinson, Sean Kemp, what was the guy that was with Charles Barkley in the Suns? There was two of them. Kevin Johnson. I forgot who's the second one. Fisher, Divac. All of them did not get championships. And the ones that did it after Michael Jordan and the Bulls. After they did. After Michael Jordan retired and went to baseball, came back, that's when everybody got their championships. Kevin Garnett, all those great players, Ivan Iverson, they didn't get championships, and the ones that got championships, they didn't get them until after the Bulls. After the Bulls got their championship. And Shaq is better than James. Way better than James. Now, if you grab the time machine, like I said before, and you go back in time and you put James in the era of Michael Jordan, crazy ass my name, his name just completely went out of my head. But crazy ass Dennis Rodman would stop James. He would make him cry. He would get into his head, just like he got into everybody's head. He was the one that annoyed every single basketball player that went against the Bulls. Why? Because he had the talent to pick on the players, and then when he saw he couldn't really stop them, he stopped them by standing still and getting fouled. He thought outside the box. So there's no way James will ever be the best, because even though Dennis Rodman wasn't a point shooter getting points, he did his part perfectly. He would get into everybody's head, under their skin, and there was no way they could do anything, because he would pick on them, be a nuisance to them, and then when he saw the guy bigger and he could take it, he would stand still and get fouled. I saw the basketball games. I would watch them on TV. I saw the finals. I saw every game of the Bulls when they were champions. And Dennis Rodman was doing all that. And Steve Kerr was doing his job. Pippen was doing his job. Michael Jordan was doing his job. And the crazy thing is, back in those days, Michael, Scotty, Steve, and Tony, and Rodman would be playing injured. They would be playing sick. And they would take the wins. They would win the game. And if they got injured, they would play the full game injured, and then afterwards go to medical. So to tell me that LeBron is the best, no. He's not the best. He's not the best. He never will be the best. He'll never be the best. And I'm going to catch a lot of hell for what I say about certain rappers. But no, There's there's rappers that are that they don't shut up about them, that they think they're the best, and oh, they sold so many albums. They did this, they did that, but lyrically and the impact of other rappers, those rappers don't have. I'm talking about Drake, Wayne, and Lamar. And no, you could say they're the best, but they're not, cause I could name you one group of rappers. Yeah, they're still around in Lamar, Drake, and Wayne, if I said it correctly. Drake, Lamar, and Wayne can't match that group's talent. Shit, they can't match Master P, C Murder, Too Short, E40, Snoop, Ice Cube, Eminem. They can't. To tell you the truth, I rather listen to underground stuff before I listen to Drake, Kendrick, and Wayne. Because those guys do not have the talent of Bone Thugs. Bone could destroy all of them. Each one of the members of Bone alone could defeat those three. In it's the same story with James. You know who I'm talking about. That they think they're the best, but no. Because Eminem, he started from the bottom, and every single song that he made, from his first LP or his first album to his second, was just art. He had he has the talent of Tupac. He could rap about his own life and the way he is, and there would there's other people that aren't rappers, the normal people that could relate to him. Maybe during their lifetime or their childhood, they've went through the same stuff as Eminem did, as Tupac did, and people could relate to him. It's just like DMX. DMX is also one of the best rappers. It's just the way they did the rap that everybody could relate. They could be talking about their own hood, and it makes other people remember their own neighborhood, the way things were at their own house, and they start getting memories of what they went through. This is this talk is helping me a lot through the game. Though it's not an annoying game, it's one of the best games of all time. But it doesn't seem that I've been playing for the time I've been playing. And I believe I'm playing the game faster than I usually play it. But again, those three rappers have nothing on Tupac, Eminem, Bone Thugs, E40, Too Short, Andre Nicotina, on Brother Lechung. Pastor Troy sounds better than they do. Master P's better than they are. Master P's and C Murder, they're better than most of the rappers. Shit. There's no way they're better than Lil Jon. Lil Jon's like one of my favorite rappers because of all the music he makes. He just doesn't make club music or slow songs. He goes into the dancing music, the techno with LMFO. He comes out with and Snap Your Fingers. Oh, I make him say yeah. I think that's what that song is called. I forgot what the actual name is. The one with Usher. But he has so many great songs that he features in that right when you just hear the tune, you say, Lil Jon's coming out in this song. It sounds like a Lil Jon tune. And he ends up coming out in the song. He's just one of the best rappers out there. And there's no way those three guys are anywhere close Lil Jon. They may think they are, but they're not. They have the same the same set of mind as Birdman and the other guy from Big Timers, that they think they're the really, really best, and they're not. Because there's no way Cash Money is better than No Limit. Shit, Cash Money's not better than Ruthless Records, than Dr. Dre, Eminem. No. They're only good in their area. Outside the area, no. Okay, enough about talking about lame rappers. And yes, I said lame. You could hate on me all you want, but it doesn't keep them from being lame. Because I could really tell you how they sound like, and a lot of people will laugh their ass off. But it's the truth, and once if I say it, people will understand what I'm talking about. But I'm not going to say it. There's no need for. Let them do their jobs and make their money. It doesn't affect me. Okay, I'm changing the conversation. Because I saw the game freeze a lot. And that only happens when they're about to exit out. Or, no, wait. Oh, no. Because I still have to go to Shinra headquarters to save Aerith and Mihojo. Right now, at the point that that they found out about Aerith taking Marlene to Aerith's adopted mother, or the lady that adopted Aerith. Yeah, right here is where I need to get the battery in order to climb the wall and start the fan so I could sneak into Shinra headquarters. I lost my spot just because I started talking about no good rappers. Or actually, they're they're good for the people that listen to them. And like I said before, let them make their money. I don't really care. It doesn't affect me. And let them make theirs. But don't say you're the best if you're not really the best. And don't think it, because there's always a bigger fish out in the sea. There's a bigger beast. I think I already have the damn battery. Because I have the codes. And I think I have all the... Not the key items, but all the accessories, all the regular items, all the weapon enhancements, all the weapons. Like I said, I'm doing this in God mode and not and superhero mode. They call it, others call it God mode, but I call it superhero mode because that's the feel I get by using them. And sometimes that feeling just feels good because you keep on fighting as a character you like, and no matter how many times they hit you, you just keep coming back and back and back until you win the battle. I got it. That's one of the annoying parts. That's where a lot of people get stuck in, and it's just like a repeater and repeating and repeating it again. And I'm playing it through the emulator, and there's no save states, so there's no way that I could press one button and reload as soon as I miss it. So yeah, and now we're at Shinra's headquarters, and with the codes I have to turn them off, because as soon as one of the codes, what it does, it freezes the game when you enter a room or an elevator, anywhere that it has to switch over to another camera angle, it freezes it. So I turn off the code. I turn some codes off because there's a lot of rooms in the headquarters, and it tends to freeze a lot. So I go from having a lot of the codes to just the access to one or two. But with that one, or with two of them, I could do the game without freezing. And there's a lot of games like that are made to highly guard against using codes. You could ruin Super Metroid. You could corrupt the file, and if you corrupt the file, it won't let you delete it. It doesn't let you delete it, so the whole time you have that screwed up file, and that screwed up file randomly picks certain times to fuck with you, and it freezes the game. So I've gone through a couple Super Metroid ROMs, or not ROMs, but the actual game cartridge, because the way the codes are, they corrupt the save file, and since there's no memory card, it saves it directly to the save file inside the game. So, and then when it corrupts it, there's no way to do a full game reset, because the corrupt file blocks you from deleting it, and it blocks you from sometimes accessing the other files. And that's what keeps Final Fantasy VII from actually doing that, because you're actually saving it in a save file, outside the game, and all you have to do is delete the save file or restart the whole entire, or remove the program, the emulator, and reinstall it, and that cleans it up. But you lose everything, every single save in the process. But it doesn't destroy the game. But for like the early Nintendo games, yeah, that was a big thing. They highly protected against codes, and if you use them, you needed to know how to use them, or you could actually damage the cartridge that you're using. Because I remember one time I spent close to $70 on a new video game for the 64, right? And it had its own save system inside the game. It didn't use memory card. So what happened was, sorry for yawning. What happened was that I used Game Shark and I accidentally put in the code wrong. I was off by a number, and it so happens that the number that I put in made the code jam the game. And when there's a difference between corrupting the file, jamming the game, and freezing the game. When you jam the game, it never leaves that jam. You start from the beginning, you get to the jam, and it corrupts the file. So when you already have one file corrupted and you jam it, and even though you're not using the file that's corrupted, the game like jams, and you see the character like do one little move over and over and over again. And when you press reset and you start back, and you go to load, the save file that wasn't corrupted, that you jammed in, is corrupted. And then I did that to that game, and I used all 4 save slots, and every time I got to that same exact part, it would jam, and after I reset, it corrupted the file. So it broke the access to save, and it kept on jamming at the same exact spot every time I would get to it. So it happened to me 4 times, and I had to rebuy the game and go into Game Shark, delete the code so it wouldn't destroy the Game Shark, Because the game shortcut, the 64, is just another cartridge with with uh, with codes. So if you corrupt it and then it does the same jamming, any game you hook up to it, it'll either fuck with the programming or cause it to jam, and that's not a good thing to do, and it's not a place you want to be when you want to play that game. Anyways, no more talk about codes and stuff. Like I told you, right now I'm out to save Aerith and go into the freeway fighting scene to escape Midgard. And yes, I'm enjoying this game. Even though you're hearing me in the commentary and what I think about certain rappers and certain athletes, I'm still having a blast playing the game. Usually I get mad about that said athlete and those set singers, and sometimes I just get mad and stop doing what I'm doing because I'll get even madder. And I'm not hating on them because them making what they're making. It's the thing that bugs me. It's bugging that they consider themselves to be the best when they're not. There's still people out there. Like I said, there's always bigger fish out in the sea. There are bigger beasts, and there's no point in trying to think you are better than who really is better than you. And that, I don't know if what I'm trying to say is don't let it get to your head, or don't let it don't Chris Brown says it to somebody. You let it go to your head. See, that's where it froze. Oh, crap. Oh. Yeah, I'm being quiet because I got kind of irritated. I got it got jammed and I had to restart everything all over again. But it's okay, it's okay. Just handle it like backtracking. Last time I checked, was at an hour and 46 minutes. Yep, I'm at 3 hours and 7 minutes of game time. Time flies. It really does. It doesn't feel like it's been 3. It's felt like it's only been 2. Or not 2, but like 1 in 20 minutes. Though last time I checked it was an hour and 45 minutes, but that felt like 20 minutes. Right now it only feels like I've been playing for an hour and 30 minutes, and that's what happens when you get into the game. Yeah. It is. Yeah, I have the recording through the emulator, so the little emulator, I could have it in one corner. I could move the time of the little timer that says the time about how long I've been recording. I can move it all over the place, and I could even hide it. And that's why I check once in a while how long I've been recording. But it's not that, it's felt like an hour and 30 minutes, but it's been almost 3 hours and 10 minutes. But you know, when you get into gaming, time just flies. It just flies, and that's what happens when you like a game. You just you start getting tired. You don't know why, and then you check the time, and it tells you you've been playing the game for like 5 hours straight. You've been playing it the whole night, and you don't think you've been. And then you look outside your window, and you notice that when you started playing, it was dark, and then you see that it's nice and sunny outside. That's kind of what happens to me every time I play a video game that I like. You know what was hella crazy? Now that I'm bringing that little thing up, it happened to me in one of my favorite games. The day I beat Castlevania Lament of Innocence, it felt like I actually finished, and I went through the whole adventure, and I got nothing but enjoyment. And it's like when you don't want the night or the situation to end. That's what happened with Castlevania Lament of Innocence. And then not only that, but as soon as it ended, I rewound, I went back and I started from the beginning of Castlevania, and I made it all the way to the end. No, it wasn't the end. It was the beginning of the third stage. That's how much I got into it. And the thing is that I played the game. Until, well, actually, I lost track of time. And I was playing it and playing it and playing it. And the day I passed it, as soon as I finished, and it shows Leon running out of the castle, I look outside, and it's the sunniest day. It was so freaking funny and weird at the same time, because right when you beat it, and you beat death, and Leon runs out of the castle before it collapses, the night ends. He ends the curse of the night in the area. And when that happened, I saw him run, and he's and Ronaldo Gandolfi says he did it. I looked up outside, and I saw the brightest day ever. And then I started laughing, and I thought it was funny and weird. And then I'm going, shit. And then I looked at the clock. It was 7:20. And as soon as I saw the time, I didn't feel tired, so I'm going to play it until 10. See how far I get till 10. And then I lost track of time again, and when I'm going, is it 10 yet? It was going to be 11:40. So I skipped. I was hungry, so I stopped. I turned the TV off, and the PS2 off, and I just fell asleep. I didn't eat, and I didn't do anything. I just fell asleep right after I saw that it was like 11:40, and then I wake up at almost 12 hours later. I wake up, and I took a shower, and I ate again, and then I started playing Castlevania again. But that's like a memory I have with Castlevania, and a good memory. One of those gaming memories that I always remember. And well, it's kind of looking like that right now, because I'm at 3 hours of gameplay, and I started this at 2, and it's already 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's already, it looks like it's 6:40. So I ain't gonna give up yet. I still have a couple more hours of gameplay in me before I want to go to sleep. Anyways, that's one of the good gaming memories I have. And that's not why I believe Castlevania Lament of Innocence is the best Castlevania. It's just the best because of the way they created it. You actually feel like you're in Wallachia. You feel like you're in England all at the same time. And the music is just beautiful. It's one of the greatest soundtracks after Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VIII, and Final Fantasy X. Those are some of the greatest soundtracks ever. And yeah, there's some crappy video games that they suck. And while you're playing them, it reminds you of somebody else, that you're playing another game. But there are games that are really horrible, but the music's just beautiful. One of the games is Magna Carta 2. The whole time you feel like Ichigo Kurasaki's gonna come out, that he's just around the corner. And that's because the guy who voices Ichigo voices the main character of Magna Carta. And that game's, it's not good. It's like one of those games that you play through to the point that you're only playing it because you don't have anything else. And it makes you want to give up. And when you get another game, not only do you get another game, but you want to go out and get another game. That's the feeling I got when I played Magna Carta 2 for the Xbox 360. But the thing that made it bearable was the music. There was a couple songs that were just beautiful. They hit the spot. And you remember that area because of that. You remember the song. But otherwise, the rest of Magna Carta just sucked. And it was not only did it suck, but it was hard. It was one of those I don't want to play it anymore, but it sucks and I can't get any farther. Do I really want to attempt to pass it? Or to play it again? That's the feeling you get from playing from Magna Carta 2 from Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 12, Final Fantasy 13. And that's all because of stupid ass Hope and Snow. That game would have been considered to be one of the best games if they would have taken those two characters out. Because honestly, no. It's like when you're watching a really good show and one of the stupidest characters becomes popular, and you want to know why people started liking that character. Yeah, I'm being a little bit quiet. It's just that I need to rest a little bit and not talk about the things that make abrogate me or that annoy me. And oh, another history thing. Well, I don't. Or should I even bring it up? It has nothing to do with anything I've been talking about, but still, I'll let it go. I'll probably bring it up later on, or in another video game. I'm gonna hold on to that one. Oh, stupid microphone. Shit, I felt like I had something on my face. Luckily, it was just the cord of the microphone. Yeah, because I don't have my headset on. I have it on my side and I have the microphones close to my mouth. So I kind of moved a little bit and I felt the cord, so it felt like I had something on my face. I'm going, oh shit, a spider. But it wasn't no spider, it was just the cord of the microphone. Oh, this this is gonna be the area where you find you're looking for Aerith. You hear in the plans of Shinra, and you help out Red 13. Now, I hope you guys don't take it the wrong way, but I'm gonna skip Red Canyon or Cosmo Canyon. Yeah, Cosmo Canyon. I'm gonna skip it. I don't really like it. I don't know why. I just don't like it. Red 13 is one of those characters that I don't know how he made it so far into the game, and you don't get bored with him. You don't regret that he joined the group, but you don't like. The only great thing about I think it's called Cosmo Canyon or Red Canyon, is when you're talking to Red 13's grandfather and he's showing you the I was gonna say satellite. No, the telescope and the observatory and the little cinematic thing. That's the only good part of that. Because honestly, you could go, if you could skip Red Canyon, Cosmo Canyon, it's like you could skip Yuffie and Vincent and never use them and still pass the game, but it's highly not recommended because there's a point in the game after Aerith passes away that spoiler alert, Cloud loses his mind, so you only have Tifa, Barrett, and if you have Yuffie and Vincent, you have them, and you have Sid and Red 13. Now, if you don't get Yuffie and Vincent, you're stuck with 3 people and with extra or 2 extras and 2 people besides Tifa. Okay, you get stuck. You get stuck with choosing between Barrett, Sid, Catsith, and Red 13. Because like I said before, you could go throughout the game without getting Yuffie and without getting Vincent. So because I done it and I thought I soft blocked the game, that it felt like I used codes to skip that to skip Yuffie's town. Because I didn't get Yuffie the first time I played it. I didn't talk to Yuffie or talk to Vincent. I didn't learn about those characters until my second run through. And that's when I'm all going, no. I have to get them or else I'm stuck with choosing Sid or Red 13 or Red 13 and Barrett. Or worse, have to put up with Catsit and Red 13 in your group. And there's no that's why it's good to get the characters. And Cosmo Canyon or Red Canyon, there's no way to skip it, because when you're crossing over, remember the car breaks down, and there's no way there's no way to skip it, because the dump car breaks down on the side of Cosmo Canyon or Red Canyon. Anyways, I forgot the name. But that's the truth. You can't skip it. The car breaks down and you need to get it fixed. If it's not that you get it fixed, if it doesn't break down, you could skip Red Canyon or Cosmo Canyon. You could skip it and then start from right before. But I wish you could skip it. I don't understand why Red 13 is such an important character for you not be able to skip it. Because all he does is help you out one little time, and then it's like you have to put up with having him. You can't go and drop him off. You can't go and drop them off. And because the car breaks, and right when he breaks, you enter his story, and you have to help him with fighting a evil character. But like I said, you could skip Yuffie, you could skip Vincent and play throughout the game, but I don't recommend it, because later on you get stuck with Tifa, and it's like if it's like you would you have to you have to choose Barrett and Sid because being I'm being honest here. I don't like leveling up Red 13 or Catsit. I don't. They're bearable characters, but I don't like using them. So by the time, spoiler alert, by the time you have to use them because Cloud goes berserk. They're not leveled up because you're leveling up Cloud, you're leveling up Tifa, and you're leveling up Barrett or Zed. Like I said, I don't recommend that you skip those two characters. Yeah, I've been on this for a while, and I keep bringing it up, but yeah. You don't want to skip Yuffie and you don't want to skip Vincent. Because of that part where Cloud goes berserk. Because then you're just stuck and you have to have Barrett and you have to have Sid leveled up. Because your choices is either Catsit or Red 13. And you don't want those two to be in the team because you don't level them up either. So that's just a little bit of advice. If this is your first game, if you play this and it's your first run through the game, my advice is make sure you grab Yuffie and Vincent before you hit Gold Harvest looking for the Keystone, or before the Temple of the Ancients. Okay, so it's you grab Yuffie and Vincent before Gold Harvest, because Gold Harvest is before the Temple of the Ancients, because you have to get the Keystone from Ditto or Dio in Gold Harvest. But first you have to go around in circles and listen to the people, because if you don't have a guide by doing that, you find out about the legend of the Keystone, and you find out who has it, and you get to Gold Harvest, because Dio has it, and the way you get it from him is if you go into battle. Anyways, this is the sneaking you do on the head of Shinra that I was talking to you about before you rescue Aerith and Red 13 and you make it to the freeway scene. That's where Hojo's telling them that the experiment is going to take 100 or 200 years for it to be complete, and it won't be done in their lifetime. And that's you have to do that little sneaking in order to progress on the story. Now I'm letting you guys know certain things and things that I don't like about the game, but it's just for you. If you play it for the first time, you don't do the mistake of not looking for those two characters. Because that's why it took me 70 something hours the first time. Because the first time I did not get Yuffie and I didn't get Vincent. So when Cloud goes berserk, it took me a long ass time to get out of that part, because I didn't have nobody leveled up except for Tifa and Barret. I believe Barret and Tifa, I had them at 37, level 37 and level 36, and everybody else was in the 20s, around the levels of the 20s. I think Sid was at 25, and Catsit and 13th, I think I had them almost at 20. It was like 21, barely 21. So it's better to get certain stuff before certain areas, because then you would be stuck grinding. And I mean stuck because you would have to grind. And like I told you before, I had Tifa and Cloud really high up there. So the thing that made me suffer was in that playthrough was because I didn't find Yuffie and Vincent, and I didn't level up Cat Sith or Red 13. I didn't think I needed to. That's where you save Red 13. He's supposed to be like a lion, but lions aren't red. I mean, they're not red-haired. Whoa. I kind of nodded off there. But like I said, this game's really good. I only nodded off because I don't have my headset on my head. So I have my controller on top of the headset. And the microphones, the two microphones on my headset are right next to my mouth. So I don't have my headset on and I kind of dozed off. But I'm okay. Going on 3 hours and 50 minutes of gameplay. So, yeah. It's like, and it's a lot funner, like I said. It's really fun to get Yuffie and Vincent. Now those characters, if you level them up correctly, they could be real strong, and like Yuffie, I think Yuffie has cause she does it to the group. I think she has like a sixth sense of how to steal or how to provoke. part for a while. It's just that this part could get a little bit frustrating. And it has to do a lot because of the doors, and then you have to keep on going in and out. Yeah. It blacked out. Okay. Okay. Oh, blacked out again.